I almost hit the stop streaming button. I almost hit the stop streaming. Like, no, we ain't doing this. Hello. We back. Yeah, spin. Spin. They all spin. I'm running out of like spin gifts. They all go wee. They all go wee. Wee. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Right? Oh no, I'm a PNG-tuber. Shrink. Become small. Okay. Everything with, yeah, okay, that's good. We good. We bop, 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 bop. Da, da, da. The last case was interesting. If I hear the ends justifies the means in this chat, I swear to God. We are not having that. We are not having the ends justifies the means. Not in this household. That ain't happening. Let's go to the game. We going to space, gamers! We going to spooce to space. Yip-ee. Do I have where did my PNG tuber go? There it is. Dun, dun, dun. Space time. I'm just thinking of like the gif of like the core just like space. Like that's all I'm thinking of. Ba, da, da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Ah, frick, wait. Okay. We got this. Love game. The Cosmic Turnabout. Ah, heck yeah. The courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. The incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted Tonate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow, I can't help but think that there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. Episode 4, The Cosmic Turnabout.
One hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Come in at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Holy frick. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Oh! Are you alright, Apollo? Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my Courts of Steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden. Is this a lotus root? That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it, and thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Oh my. Kind of tough though. You can't eat it raw. But thank you for the enthusiastic try. Oops, if she didn't think me weird. If she didn't think me weird. If she didn't think I was weird before, she will now. I've got to calm down. Apollo, I'm sorry I'm late. Hi, Thena. Junie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing you. Athena, stop. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Oh, Apollo, when will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Wow, that was the longest I've ever heard. Hey man, this is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Starbuck. Solomon Soul Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd ask about space travel, and he'd launch into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... He's so sad. I was supposed to be in space right about now. He's so depressed, it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called up must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space. You just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Turan, I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." Okay. How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine! Oh, what is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. In exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, about that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I'd have liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. This is like the Larry equivalent. But not so exaggerated. It's just like, I'm so done. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet. I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going. And what about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? Oh. We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo. The trial is about to begin. If the defense would please proceed into the courtroom. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. We're just going straight into court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh wait, what? His eyes still covered up. Excuse me, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor? What happened to your eye? I'm fine! The defense is ready, Your Honor! Are you sure? I don't... I'm fine, Your Honor! The defense is ready! I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty. I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Very well. And the prosecution? Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Hmm? Oh! Wait, straight off the bat. What the actual... The prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take him long this time. What's up with Black Quill? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence.
I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise. What is up with Black Quill today, huh? All of a sudden he wants to do it now? Huh? Oh, I'm still like scared. This time I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Very well. Prosecutor Blackwell, your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, at that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there at 9:20 a.m. before they could even move the rocket to the launch site. Two explosive devices were detonated and the launch was cancelled. My word, 2 bombs! How dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both of the bombing with the bombing and with the murder of Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb in the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck, I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct, your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the HAT-1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Well, I remember now, he's becoming something of an international celebrity, right? They even turned that incident into a movie and everything. Mankind's hope for the future, I've got to make it back alive. The HAT-1 miracle. There's something right there, I can't freaking read it. Come along on a captivating space odyssey that will take your breath away. We've got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Ah yes, the victim was one Mr. Clay Turan, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death was a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I've heard enough. The case seems to be pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you ask so nicely. It's your coffin. Have mercy on me! I jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. I feel like I just lost 50 years of my life. Huh? Then you'd be dead. Does he even have 50 years left? No, he does not. Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. Bobby Fulbright's the name, and just as we trust. Not Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of this incident to the court if you would. On it, first take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look on what's on this left side of this building, take a look at this cross-section that we the police have created. See the launch pad in the main building. The launch pad is the square building, and the rounded structure is the main building, right? You got it. The incident took place in launch pad 1 in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Ah, frick. Oh, we also have an autopsy report. Dang. I will look into that after the testimony. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! On the second floor of the Space Center's main building and one in the launch pad 1. Thankfully, only 2 astronauts were in the launch pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. Murder on top of a bombing. Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep. Thinking he'd sabotaged the bombing, the defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor, it's the knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any fingerprints off it, though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. Okay. By the way, Detective Fulbright, are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Something so important to the victim he took with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case. Or maybe it does. Are you sure there's asteroid samples in that freaking thing? I see. So we know that the bomb in the main building was on the 2nd floor. But where's the bomb that was in the launch pad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram report to the record. The trial's just started and we're already in a bind. Get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing, that'll be the key. Let's get the info. Why you... Okay, so that thing around his stinking eye was from... He put it on yesterday, or whatever. So, what you missed? Well, Apollo, like, so this is, apparently this is the trial that happened where, like, you know, the whole bombing situation in the courtroom number 4. So this is this case. This is what's going down here. We have someone... So our defendant, Mr. Starbuck, had supposedly killed Clay Turan here. And now we're trying to figure out... Cause of death, stabbing the victim was discovered in the 3rd floor boarding lounge in the main building. 2 bombs had, like, went off at the Space Center when this had occurred. One at near, like, where the rocket was, and one on the 2nd floor. Okay. Okay. Let me look at this. So where were they? So where was his body found? In the third floor boarding lounge in the main building. Okay. So we have to figure out, like, what the heck they were doing when this whole thing occurred. Before or after this whole thing occurred. Okay.
Hold it!
Also, Apollo has, like, the bandage over his eye. He says it's a sty, but he's had it on since yesterday. And no one knows, like, why. Like, both him and Blackwell are acting, like, very strange for some reason. How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there whenever and wherever and whenever people need my help. I'd go to the other side of the world or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone. Well, I'm curious. Admirable decision, Justice Dono. Huh? What did he decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at the time? The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators in the third floor lounge. It's pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security camera and whatnot were running on emergency backup. How did the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. The basement shelter? Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. An emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. Okay. The Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. The power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct? Yep, that's right.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives. Huh? What are you talking about? If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Fine. A simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright, the motive. Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia. Astrophobia? What's that? A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd. Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. What are they? These anti-anxiety tablets are found amongst the defendant's possessions. Apparently he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was of course very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
But that doesn't mean he goes so far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name. How could he? No, not after the media had branded him Soul Starbuck, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the Space Center. Okay, but why kill Clay then? Why would he kill Mr. Turan then, though, in that process? which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, then he stabs a man. So yeah, then your next logical step is, oh, then he stabs a man, and like, yeah, that totally wouldn't ruin his reputation there. I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on his atrocious criminal. Only 2 astronauts were in the launch pad 1 at the time.
Hold it!
Are you sure it was only the two of them? It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those two. Oh, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence!
The notion of a third party in Launch Pad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. Allow me to state up front that there are precious few within the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device sounds as futuristic as complex as a space center. Aren't there freaking fingerprint recognition things in like... Oh wait, no, never mind. I think of like in wherever like detectives like place. They have like fingerprint recognition so they can open up lockers. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there are only 3. The defendant, the victim, and... the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos. Then doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28, doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then. Heck yeah. Okay. Evacuation report. Police officers in Wright Police gave evacuation instructions immediately. There was a power outage and the affected areas remained dark. Security system switched over to emergency power and continued to work. Evacuees moved to the basement shelter. Nope. Only the prince. Oh, I want to see the picture. Let me see the picture. Only the Princess Director, Cosmos, Starbuck, and Tran were authorized. Independent security company managed the usage records. Backup power allows it to function even when the power goes out. Okay, that's something to keep it in mind then, because someone else could have went in. Attempts to use fingerprint recognition are also recorded via security camera. Has anyone checked the cams? I'm saying this like this is freaking Among Us.
Hold it!
So while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle that prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's why I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Turan could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? They were both alive and well at boarding time and embarked under their own power. their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space. And then both their hopes and dreams were dashed. If I may continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue.
Hold it!
And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. One of them was a detective. Yep, Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. Two witnesses, huh? And one of them is a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime. What little could I get out of him only hurt my case. Justice Dono, foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you take a gander at this. What is it? Footage from the security camera, as the two astronauts emerged from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape. Is there anything off about this photo? Now I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering, which you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. What? Frick this. Order! Order, I say! This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting. I should have known Blackfoot would have something like this ready. Security camera video added to the court record. Yippee! Apollo? How exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at this point is pretty crucial. Yeah, you can't really tell. Unless, like... Huh. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Tran was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence!
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead in a donut. Oh my god. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Well, Wright, explain it to Justice Dono. You got it, right? Ready, kid? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge, after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color.
Objection!
But you can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence!
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based in your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Fortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. It sounded perfectly logical to me. Break. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it is time for you to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well, Hold it! Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need. What is it, Athena? It's just... there's something that's been bothering me. If it isn't the defense stalling for time, as always. Very well, I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time. Yes! You have 5 seconds. 5 seconds? After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Your baldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. We're not doing a freaking space countdown. Oh my... frick this. Oh my god. Ready? We don't have time. Spit it out, Athena. Only 3 more seconds. Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning there's something missing. Like, they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. You're right. I think I know what you're talking about. Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you'd like to rebuke? Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There's something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court. Well, if you put it that way, what is it that the prosecution has failed to explain? Oh, wait. Okay, so no, they explained for how the body was moved. Or what? No, why was the body moved? Because if he was killed in that spaceship and then it exploded, you know, you would have left the body in there. Or something like that. They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? Well, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. It's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. What if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Well, let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposed that the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him. Fulbright, explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Space Boy moved the victim. Huh? They've gotta be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story to fit the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see, yet the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion. A third?
Objection!
What are you talking about? There was no third explosion!
Silence!
Indeed, you're correct. But that is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transfer the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. What? One on the second floor of the main building, one in the launch pad, and one in the lounge. Okay, but why would you... But why on the second floor is my question. Okay, see, like, having the bomb go off here and the third bomb being in the third floor. Okay, that makes sense. But, like, why the second floor? Now that I think about it, or maybe I'm just, like, thinking, like, too much. One on the second floor, one of the main building, one in the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set up 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, for it had not. The victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Well, before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. It's like he's reading my mind. As it's still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a particular item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch. Ah, frick. You found what? I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such darning evidence. When the Space Center Director and Detective Arms stumbled across the murder, so he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble-brained that he is. No! Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that! Oh! Justice Dono, open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it. You'll believe in your you'll believe in your clients, come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? This has got to be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Yeah, seems like he was waiting for me to bring up the body-moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Then making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan too. Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself. Famed astronaut Solomo Starbuck. Witness your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. Depressed the man. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You're being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Turan. We testified to these allegations. Mind if I take the suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence!
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow, that was super negative. Is he going to be alright up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and says he did it, that's it. That is. depressed man. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed to the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay, I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim. But I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me, but you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Who wears a suit like that except an astronaut? I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to fantasy. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Oh no, he's completely given up! What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago? Huh? That was Blackwell's sighing? Wait, that was him? What the actual? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun shy now. It's time to find out the truth. Oh.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at the time. Of course, he was alive and well.
Silence!
If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well and silenced him permanently with this. What? No! Black hole confirmed, dead ahead. It's no good, Captain. I'm getting sucked in.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you're not in space. Please give your testimony seriously. It was just nerves, but maybe I shouldn't have said that he was alive and well. It was more like he was slumped over. There's a complete opposite ends of the spectrum.
Hold it!
Is that the elevator inside the launch pad area? That's right. We always use it to get to and from the cockpit. That makes sense. So he was just using the route he always used, in spite of the fact that there had just been an explosion. Huh? I think Mr. Starbuck is hiding something. Something pretty big. Wait, oh, okay, so that's... has to be that then. Wait. Any other reports did we get? Oh, wait.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in the launch pad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right. Which means... Exactly. The launch pad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement's decidedly inconsistent with the facts. I freaking screwed that up. What's with the helmet? Mission Command, do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. My helmet. My oxygen tank. Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining. Requesting medical assistance. What just happened? Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, he seems more like an astronaut now than he was doing all that signing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency with your statement about how you used the middle level elevator? I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually, took a different route, I think. A different route? I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean probably. Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. Let's see, my escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe, probably... With the capsule and claiming my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. You use that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. There is no way you carried, like, a 200... There's no way you carried someone down that freaking ladder. With a capsule in your hands, no less, too. And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Tran here. Was the capsule that important to you risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah, the capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With his spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule is also important. I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is writing on your testimony. Maybe I'm guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison. Bet it's more comfortable than a spaceship. This is one depressed man. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. With the capsule and Clay in my arms, I made my way down. No, dude, you wouldn't have any arms, bro. Do you have no arms to freaking carry the man down? I just don't know what to present. Maybe this, so I can show that with where the ladder is, or something.
Objection!
Okay. Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue? No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue. Yeah, that's it. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. The oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Prepare the emergency oxygen tanks. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? Now, as long as this was along the escape route. Had to be, yeah, it had to be this.
Take that!
To get down from the upper level to the middle level where the Launchpad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course. That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time you were supporting Mr. Turan over your shoulder, were you not? Remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
We're not on the moon! But the Space Center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm. While carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth now! Engineer, where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected due to faulty maintenance. Evacuate immediately! What the? He's flying the coop! What the actual? Help, I'm caught on the ceiling! Help? Anyone? Freaking heck. Bela, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once. Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can get to space again someday for real. You good? Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground? Yes, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Not that. Anything but that. What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Space Boy is prone to deception. Witness! Yikes! Yes? I thought your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect. Prosecutor Blackwell! Please don't talk about that! What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't already state that Space Boy is, ironically, terrified of going to space. That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of his anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. Oh? I sense things are about to nosedive. You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It was found in the system, but he doesn't remember taking it. How could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember. Because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. What? I want to see this medication. Order in the court. I can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? I guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going to space. Maybe I really did do it. Which brings us to the answer of our original question of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. It does. So what is it? The dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Dono. You're telling me... So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my! I see, and then the defendant could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
Drop the body down? Who would do such a disrespectful thing? Okay, then... Is there anything that caused, like... Is there anything in the autopsy report that says that he fell from a high... From high enough? I don't think so. Unless, like, the freaking suit cushioned his fall. Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. So you're capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Really? Oh, thanks? Oh, there goes Taka. Huh? What's this? It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am, for the fracture easily when struck.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel would leave its mark on the body. Yeah, according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws of this line of reasoning.
Silence!
A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Dono. It includes the latest technological devices and is made of the fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer. Brick. Brick.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? It should, and yet though sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through the weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way into its target. But what are the chances? I forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suit works. Frick. He's got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Spaceboy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It's clear that Solomon Starbucks is the only one who could have killed Clay Turan. Here, the report regarding the astronauts' oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross this river Styx. God dang it. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. Let's see. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. Okay, wait. Display in the astronaut's left shoulder shows oxygen remaining. After incident, the victim's tank was ruptured and remaining oxygen was 0%. The tank belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. Tanks were functioning properly at the time. Why was it 80% full? I guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. Wait, that's 50% there. Wait. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space. Space boy. Yes? Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed through the bars. You mean the stars are seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. That's not half bad, though. Mr. Starbuck? Prosecutor Blackwell's got him good. Spaceship prison cell, fly me, my guilt, and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then, let's get sucked into a black hole together!
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope! Yes, Apollo? Clay really looked up to you. He said you were an incredible man. He said you'd never give up your dreams and passion for space no matter the situation. He said that. So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Turan. For Clay? You're wasting your breath. Whoa! Look at this man go! Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck, I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right, we'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul! I'm on fire! I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself! This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun, the moon, all of space is calling me, Solomon Soul Starbuck. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! Wait. Bro, I thought he was about to fly. Again. Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through. You simpletons are done massaging one another's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantages remain unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your baldness? I can't lie up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. Holy frick, that picture. I won't allow Clay's dreams to remain unfulfilled. I've got to destroy Blackwell's arguments, somehow. Think, Justice, think. The only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see, about this data that we just received. This supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. Yeah, But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now, it says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining while Mr. Terrain's had 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. And I guess it simply means that it's faulty, as evidence goes. Oh, wait, yeah, wait, his is 50 then, right now. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dono. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor. Right away. I know what it is. It's this freaking security camera because it's at 50 now. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to.
Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction? The problem is this part here.
Take that!
Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Turan. It appears to say 50. Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank was 80% remaining. The oxygen in the tank increased. I see Your Honor finds this as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there is a contradiction. The increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm going to bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, you have an answer to this riddle of mysteriously increasing oxygen. You better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction. Frick. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, we cannot prove the adequate and counter-argument at this point. I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Of course I can. The thing to do at the time like this is turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried Clay. So this man with the 50% tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. If anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown as 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not, why did the oxygen level increase? But what had to have happened to have it look like it increased? Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Ah, frick, I don't know. Give me the options. I want to know. Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. Oh my god, I was thinking this the entire time since you cannot freaking see. Like, who's there? And also, like, I would have expected Clay to be carrying that freaking capsule because it's right by him when he's dead. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Tran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Tran at all. It was Mr. Tran who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. It was what? Frick this. Order! Order! Mr. Justice! You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Turan? It's the only way to rule out the increasing oxygen level that can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right! There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Tran was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence!
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me. It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating, but we have proven that Mr. Tran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims, and it opens the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. Frick you. There are two people who claim to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. Since we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Score! Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand? I have an announcement to everyone. What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode? Ah, freaking heck. A bomb? Now? Everybody run! I don't want to die! Oh no! Everybody's panicking!
Silence!
Freaking run, bro! Headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you! Calm yourselves before all else! Come on, Paul, let's get out of here! What about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And whom will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. Apollo, you freaking idiot. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch, let me go. Apollo! Juniper? She hasn't evacuated yet. Juniper, are you alright? Apollo, no! Not that way! Holy frickin'. Well then. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one, destroy courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Wood's name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tonate. Oh my freaking god, he freaking dead. Apollo's a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy, being attacked by Tony like that on top of all his other injuries. Apollo is resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. I had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody else to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Tracy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Oh no, Athena, don't cry! Okay, oh no, I thought she was to cry. I'm like, oh frick. Alright, enough of this, people! There's no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you. You're the one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo Space Center case, of course, and no verdict's been reached. There's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Dad? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know. Well, he ain't stepping back 1 foot in that courtroom. Good. Now that that's so, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? We better not be running the whole way. Here she goes. I better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy? Sure thing, Dad. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm going to bake some cookies and fill up my oh my god. No. Trucy seems to be feeling a bit better. Or a little better. You can always count on Athene to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. Oh, she's back! Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my badge. Sounds like you forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that too. Alright, you two, let's be careful out there. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I've heard of him. That's right, he's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up and out of space 7 years ago. You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Oh no, he's depressed again. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Shut up, Phoenix, with your ego. We gotta save this man. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. And you're a new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? You mean other than your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. Huh? He? My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he seriously got to stop depressing himself. We should bring some cookies. Try Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we're all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Yeah, no, we're not mentioning that. Yeah, here we go! 3, 2, 1! To the stratosphere and beyond! Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? So you have no memory at all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and cut as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said that at the trial? You got all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know. Oh, so the so-called Hat 1 miracle. That must have been a terrifying experience. I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. A launch meant everything to me. That's how we're certain to the theory of relativity. He seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you. Exactly, that's what I thought. It must have been the real culprit. The medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it. Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed. I'll say, they even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small, like about the murder weapon, for example. That knife, I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah, staff who work on the machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you can prove whose knife it is. Okay, so we know it's a utility knife, but honestly, to be honest, anyone could have them though. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. We did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leaks, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought it was a goner. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat 1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place, that's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on and on forever, and ever, without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. With the experience you had, weren't you draining this mission? What? No way, of course not. Even now I want to go up into space so bad, I could barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless. But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier, an unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. The cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give it to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. The victim played Turan. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like master and apprentice or anything like that. McClay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now... Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah, it's funny really. Whenever I hear him shout, "You're fine!" I always got the feeling everything really was going to be just fine. You're fine? Apollo says I'm fine, and you're fine all the time too! And I always feel encouraged too whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. One day out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. One time during zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit. And the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine!" over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So, I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and the relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. The prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through the barred windows. You're fine! Solomon Soul Starbuck is fine! Everything is gonna be alright! Huh? And Athena Sykes is fine! Come on, Mr. Wright, you too! Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you! Phoenix Wright is fine! I'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. And all I need first is a not guilty verdict. Sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started. Pronto. Good idea. Let's go. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place the Space Center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see their rockets up close? Oh, so check it out. Look how brightly the Gaiaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is Gaia supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd abbreviate to Gaxa? Or even Gaia? I guess so. Oh, I know, maybe the person who came up with the name just really liked the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Oh my god, wait. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument of the human race. Galactic scooter, full speed ahead. Whoa! Yikes, who's this geezer? Oh my, what does he want? Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are... My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center. Center of the Cosmos. Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. If this person is the Space Center's director, then that means... Sir, you were one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. Why is he looking off, bro? That's correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. Let's talk of the incident. Are you by any chance the space police? You can't tack the word space onto just any old thing, you know. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate his case. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead, have at it. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? Oh, I think I know what the Y stands for. So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically? Defend space, peace across the galaxy, and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel to your break stations. Prepare for break. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. That's exactly right, because I'm an important man. My manners is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat 1 project. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead, have at it. I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it specifically. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not director of the center of the cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What? So does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. And let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home. I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well. I'll impart you on the complete story of the Hat 1 project. Oh, thank you very much. Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit. From where it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe begins its long, lonely journey to the far reaches of space. And after a terrified struggle, the Hat 1 returned safely to Earth. That struggle was then in the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred. Oh, that's Athena. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred, right? Correct. It truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely to its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth about a few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they had came back the day before Tran's murder. Regrettably, we had no time to inspect the samples to do everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of our other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. Guess this guy isn't just a loud method braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in the bringing of moon rock back. As the greatest achievements in the history of the Space Center, the public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential. A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock live on in our work with those asteroid samples, or to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission, as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue! I will not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. Guess even the space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so? Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I'm very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engaged. And he's off. That thing is surprisingly fast. I guess we better get going too. You bet, let's make it so. Why did it go freaking quiet? What the actual frick is that? Yeah, I'll be right back. Once there's music. But no, of course there's no music when there's a dead corpse. Oh wait, frick. So this is where Mr. Tran was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now we're in the main building here on the right side of the 3rd floor. Claim Mr. Starbuck fled here from the launch pad after the explosion. You there, no admittance without express permission. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission. Not even the police police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's in the Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him and then we'll talk. Leave it to me. I'm gonna gain intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So, to get to the Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door. It looks awfully familiar. Good night there, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. Now that explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Now come on, let's go! Oh, hello! There's a little robot friend. Hello! What does that sign say? Even in space, safety first. So this is it, huh? This is the corridor the two of them used to in their escape. Yep, this is the only thing connecting the launch pad 1 with the main building. I see police tape at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launch pad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. And the launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot. Huh? Ah, it's you, lawyer people. Welcome to the Space Center. Okay, finally, this freaking music. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. Where in the world? Dun, dun, dun. This guy's music is freaking awesome, man. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing. We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if you ask all reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? Alright, I'll gladly share some with you. Huh? What just happened? Thank you, Light, for the cookies and donut. Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me. You have the info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. Huh? Huh? Excuse me? I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. Cheers! Heck yeah! I don't have a drink. I've lost my coffee cup in trials and tribulations. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it. A month even. I shall have some snacks. Delivered. One of my men gives a mean neck rub. Uh-oh. That's no, that's okay, but thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. What is up with you, man? You're cheery, but usually you're freaking defensive, man. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? We can only hope. Who knows? Wherever the case, it's making our lives way easier. You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incident, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on a security assignment. The police are required to secure rocket launches now. I didn't know that. Yes, well, you know us. To serve and protect. The explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuate. I just realized something. He didn't come up to us with, Injustice We Trust and shows us his freaking badge. Sir, show me your badge. I want to know if you're the real deal. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened? Of course, the bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over in Launch Pad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter. The shelter? That's right, there's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So, where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite a madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion. And the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Wait. So the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed. Then wasn't it possible to go down to the basement shelter? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal! But coming down an emergency ladder kinda sounds fun. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. They were very, very helpful. Just a moment to have some more information to share with you. Don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay? Wow, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too. Well, never mind that. I thought you should know that there was a witness. Could you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the 3rd floor lounge. So, she was looking into the crime scene from the outside. That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't, but that's the most important thing of all. Don't you worry. I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. Might even run into her. A 4th floor employee, huh? Alright. Thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yes, well, actually, something you can't talk about. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now. What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm gonna get out of him the next time I see him. Okay. I'm not sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Dude, he didn't even give us Injustice We Trust. Oh, frick. My iPad. It almost fell. He didn't give us the Injustice We Trust freaking spiel. I don't trust him. Suspicious, man. I don't trust him. You two, Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub too if you'd like. Oh, that's alright, but thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now let's see. Where's that diagram again? So this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes the 3rd party killed his friend. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of the 3rd person then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. It's just one problem though, this room. It's just so big. Don't worry. He used this to help us. A Space Center pamphlet for tourists? Yep, picked it up on the entrance. The map inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's track down the 3rd person. Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving around outside the window? Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh yeah, I knew that. Oh, that was a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet anyway. The only reason you're so eager to start is so you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine. Let's get investigating. This looks like a Pokemon. At first glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It did make quite a bit of news though when the probe came back. Yeah, but the Hope probe didn't even go into a planet. It went to an asteroid. It's a big rock kind of thing. Even aliens can't live there. So you're telling me aliens are real, Mr. Wright? Oh my god, no matter how I look at it, all I can think of is a torture device. But I guess it's training devices for getting used to zero gravity? Uh-oh, Athena has an odd glint in her eye. I think she's thinking about trying that thing out. I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just outmuscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there. Some kind of fragment. It's stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what the glint was about. What color? That color looks familiar. I think it's part of the oxygen tank. I think you're right, but if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. So Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down from the ladder must be wrong. It proves that both the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder was in the launch pad. Way to go, Apollo! Okay. How did I not notice that, bro? Had some pretty futuristic looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the table, your chair spins too. Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling, no vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eye and on the body. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle zero G? No, not really, I don't think. So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. So he was stretched out like this and... Huh? What's that thing that looks like a thermos? That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackfield mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contains an asteroid samples. Alright, Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? Wait, if they... That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat 1 launched. I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we solve the case, okay? I feel like there's something else in there, or I don't know, because, like... Clay had that with him when they were boarding, so why were they taking them when, like, they arrived 5 days before, right? But they're with Clay now, or they were. It doesn't make sense. Why would you bring them to space? I wonder what this big knob is for. It looks like the knob to a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require a knob security like this? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off. Right. If it was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it's really for. Something turned on by a knob, that's not a stove? How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, then the rocket would take up before you could get in. I guess we all have to say for now is that it's a mystery knob. Mystery knob. So this is the finger recognition device. I guess you could put your hand on this hand mark. I guess we could try. Now to line my hand up with the outline. Don't think that this thing is related to the case. Get your prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named as a suspect. How could you be so cruel to a little girl like me? I'm not buying those tears, Missy. Let's see. This store is... Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright. So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They said the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door, this must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackquill talked about it at the trial. The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just enter the area from the lounge. One must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. Allow me to say up front that there are precious few within the clearance to do so. And does this mean that the bomber's prints are verified by the system? But the number of authorized personnel was supposed to be really small. Voila! Fingerprint powder! I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've been itching for a chance to use it. Wow, way to think ahead. Now let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. We got it! Had to sprinkle some here and a little over there, and... Ah, what? We don't get to do it. Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. It's only a single set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Although I doubt we'll be so lucky to get the culprit's prints on the first try. I'm willing to bet that Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right, and there's the security footage of this door too. Yes, here it is. It came up in court the other day. I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. Yeah, he's in almost too good of a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. Mystery knob! Mystery knob! What's this? A trapdoor? It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning. What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in the science fiction movies. No way! All the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? You can go say hi to if you want. There's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do mid-air somersaults. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, at least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. And what good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? Yo, there's something shiny! Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take this cover off then. Is that a bull? What's this? It looks like a metal jelly bean. Do we just call bullets metal jelly beans from now on? It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see, that would make the caliber .10? Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a .10 caliber gun before. This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. I bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular sized gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, it must be a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bomb left of the south door side of the room according to this map. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here. Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. Wait, so there was a gun? Huh? Bullet? Also, metal jelly bean. That's what I'm forever calling bullets. Freaking metal jelly bean. Ah, frick. So it looks like there's 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Oh, let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them lefty, righty, and downy. People usually say west, east, and south in a case like this, you know. Details, details. Anyway, take a look at the west door. A door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. I know because it says here on the map Launchpad 1 corridor, so that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right, next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east if you're in your world. That's the door with the satellite disc icon to signify communication, aka the control room. Yep, it definitely says control room. Looks like it had another door to the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center center, if you will. Does everybody start to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here a while? It seems like they built a new command center in the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission, so this control room was empty at the time. I've always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room, and since we're here... I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. With that much security, I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Okay, what about that last door? This lower door. Oh, excuse me, I mean south door. It leads to the elevators. This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Yep, and of course there is no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone. The elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. Well, that's about it for the 3 musketeers of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. Camera. This must be the security camera that recorded the astronauts making their escape. Oh, let's commemorate this occasion with the love and peace. If you're done now, shall we move on? Yeah, okay. Just one more for the road. Peace! Very immature. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. I did not see that for a second. Yo, a bullet. A bright purple sky, plenty of greenery, and tranquil lake. The idyllic scene stretches as far as the eye can see. It's beautiful, but it lacks something to make it truly captivating. Phoenix. 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 Are you gonna... that might be freaking you know what? That could be just cobwebs in a freaking tree, and I'm just losing it. Okay, who we got on the list? Oh wait, let's see, like, new lawyer at my agency, she studied psychology when she was in Europe. Lawyer at my agency who was attacked during the court bomb trial is currently recovering at the hospital. My daughter, who also happens to be an aspiring magician, I adopted her 8 years ago. Victim in this case, who has had 2 crew members, also close friends of Apollo's. Nina's childhood friend. I found her when she was on trial for the courtroom bombing incident. Oh. Defendant in this case, who has had 2 crew member and a mentor to the victim. Prosecutor and prison inmate. He can manipulate witnesses through the power of suggestion. He led the... Okay. He led the bombing thing. Detective specialized in bomb cases, was on detail at the Space Center, one of the first to find the body. And since she's not here anymore, oh my, he's 62? And since she's gone, oh my god. I want to talk to the robot! Would you... Is there something... there's probably something else I'm missing in that room. If I'm not liking anything else. A window, and it's right next to the holographic image too. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off, it says emergency ventilation, you know, to clear smoke from a fire. See, it's pointing at the virtual insanity of reality. Ah. Ooh. What's this here? Some kind of panel with 2 buttons on here. Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons. There's such thing as buttons left unpushed. Hey, the giant holographic image disappeared. Yeah, though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. So let's see if we can't find anything new with the image off. Oh, I know what it is. It's that suspicious freaking web I saw earlier. These are apparently oxygen capsules. They're for recovery after a training session. I wonder if they can change your voice. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Huh, it didn't do a thing. It's not helium, Athena. It's oxygen. Oh, a mirror! How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful. So the ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important as space as it is on Earth, you know? You never know when you're going to run into some other life form after all. I doubt anyone who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. Okay, hold on. I'm ready, right, Biek. Okay. Now, if we were to... No, wait. Salmon. Ah, that's a bullet. Something cracked the screen. I knew that wasn't a web. Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. It looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I say this is fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was. Wait, what do you mean from your experience? Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently, this is an important fact. Did you see a bullet around somewhere? No, the police might have taken it, though. No. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Okay, now we're done. Welcome to the Space Center, guest. Welcome. Yikes, what in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko! Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot? I am not a robot, I am Ponko! Psychological observation and navigation companion. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko! Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you! Huh? Do you know this thing, Athena? Oh, she, showed us around the last time when we came here with Apollo. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy. Oh, guide robots. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. Huh? Ouch, that hurt. Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too. His name is Phoenix. A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Oh, sure. Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. Huh, this robot is pretty cute. You made a friend, boss. Isn't it great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way. Oh, goody. Let's go, boss. Go where? Yo, what's up with that? Hey, yo? Huh? I'm sus about that coat right there. Yo! Oh, wow. What is this place? Is that rocket real? Welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learning about history of our nation's space development and the Hat 1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. The Space Museum. Oh, here it is on the map. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from the Launch Pad 1. Ask me anything, I will explain. Oh my god, I love Ponko. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the Hat 1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real Hat 1, inside and out. Its little brother, the Hat 2, was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was cancelled. Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out. Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this photo? What's this a photo of? Phoenix, that's the staff of the Hat 1 project. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different. Ah, and that's... What is it, Athena? Is something wrong? Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all. Well, it was 7 years ago after all, so the young guy sitting next to Mr. Starbuck is Clay Turan, the victim. So they were mentor and protege even way back then. And he's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of someone's old jackets. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy. The Space Museum's great. What fantastic exhibits. This area used to be launch pad too. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they had just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts! Budget cuts! We need more money! Money! Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? While it was in space, the Hat 1 launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. That's what Director Cosmos said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is, the Hope space probe. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, this capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. I think it can be seen in the photos attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some info if I show it to her. The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it, would you? The setup with the launch pad. Go gentle on my spiky-haired mind. I want to know! I want to know! Phoenix wants to know too! Great, now that Athena's got a case of ponchoitis. Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launch pad over the rails. And brought into position at the launch site. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. It's very cool. A grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year. Myself included. I still ain't getting paid enough for this freaking stuff. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged. I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there'd be all kinds of procedures. I would love to see the launch pad being moved. What's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. Which is perfectly understandable. When was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry. That answer is in my answer database. I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. Oh no, Ponko, it's okay! It's alright if you don't know. Ponko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Checking registered data. I know! It's the Hope capsule! It was carried inside the Hope probe. It contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launch Pad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed! It must not be removed! Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened. They do? They do? I must ask them later. So the capsule is being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry the safety after the explosion. The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. Why would they put it in like a safe in like the launching site? But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check out the contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Panko. Here, you explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. It's because Panko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see. The security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay then, let's go back to the Launchpad 1 corridor. Bye, Panko. See you later. Come again. Come again. And don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Panko. What a station life we're all forced to lead. I can't look at the coat? Why is it torn? Huh? Nope, okay. Back here again? He's back here again. Back at it again. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still in the cooperative move as well then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? Immediately, right off the bat. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge 1 camera. Oh, that footage! Go ahead and ask me anything you like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more on the part just after this? Easy as pie, I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Huh? The screen went blank. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? No, I think it got shot. From the way it looks, it probably got shot by the bullet. Okay, anything else I need to ask you about? Okay. Dude, you're so sus. Why are you being so cooperative, bro? We found a bullet hole in the wall at the crime scene. We did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? That's right. A warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high-threatened situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details, but with the Detective Arm gone and all. I thought there were 2 people who discovered the crime scene together. We already know Detective Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. You're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some fingerprints on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Yes, I just happen to have compiled print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I say everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while. Took a while though. Whoa, he got Apollo's and my prints. He even got prints for all of the robots. How? Guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. Clay's fingerprints were here too. My person removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. I still can't believe you took off his glove to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are lots of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. I want to take this picture. It might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yep, but Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Oh, I am too! I was too! Thank you, Blackwell, for having the same brains as me. For like a freaking fraction of a minute. What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy, could you see the gears in his head go into hyperdrive at it. Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right. Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the tests for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Oh my god, he said it. Okay. I'm still off put by like what you're freaking going on about, bro. Do you have something in your pocket? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened the security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space adventures right then. Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. You have Cyclocks, good sir. It's been a while, but those are definitely Cyclocks. Ah, heck yeah, we back at this. We're back in the freaking building again! Did you just mount psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about? No, Cyclock. It's the system of locks and the secrets of a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much do they bilk you out for that piece of rock? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. Yeah, I had to do that a couple of years ago. It's crazy. It isn't some kind of fraud. It really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. I guess seeing is believing, and allow me to show you. Let's see what presenting the Magatama will reveal, shall we? Mother fricker, this is the last guy I would expect to have freaking I have to put my Magatama up towards. Frick you.
Take that!
Why are you being cooperative? Did something happen between you and Blackwell? Look, man, we could talk about it. I think you're hiding something, Detective, so why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. But this is the issue he's so torn up over. Wait! I think there's a stupid, like, hold on, wait, can I save? I can't save. Heck yeah. I want to say love. I think that's literally an achievement or something. Or I don't know, I think it's something stupid. Love? I better know what's been bothering you. You're troubled by love. What? How'd you know? I put my pet carp love in my... Wait, what? I put my pet carp love in with my goldfish, and next thing I knew, all the little goldfish were gone. I love had eaten them all. My poor little goldfishes. Oh, I loved you so. I guess love really can cause a lot of heartache, huh? Anyway. Rip your goldfish, man. I'm so sorry. Life? I better know why you're troubled. You're exhausted by the roller coasters known as life. That's exactly right. I'm troubled by life in general. I've been thinking about quitting the force and going to space. Yep, you hit it right in the head. More like I hit my thumb on that one. Alright, let's try that again. I really understand what's been bothering you, Justice. Justice? What? Bothering you, Detective, I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yep, peaceful as can be. Everyone's whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxing guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was relaxed, as you claim as long as this exists. Because he was in charge of the evacuation, so he's probably put under a lot of stress, kind of it.
Take that!
Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch, and yet security was so tight they even brought in a special task force. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's been bothering me. Like, why was there like a lot of like police officers here? I hardly describe that as relaxed guard detail. Dang, that's shattered! Now hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that is true. I say it's very strange that this person would be part of that detail from the outset. Because of Candace being here. Because she's in here for bomb cases.
Take that!
Detective Arms specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was a possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Wright! Wait, so... Okay, so you guys knew that... He's so defeated! Look at this man! Pathetic. Alright, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about potential bombing. But the plan to launch was ahead in spite of the threat. But why? Why were they planning to do it if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone, directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting. Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that, what are rules about things to be... were rules but things to be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner as a prosecutor is highly irregular. I think we guessed that much. Yeah, because whoever the frick the head prosecutor, whatever, here is like, yeah, that's a good idea. I want to see... So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering and wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, I wouldn't have had to have. Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. The Phantom? 7 years past? Why is everything 7 years ago? A phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. This phantom of 7 years past, any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue. But he seems to think that this phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Wait a minute, he thinks that they may be connected to this case. Yep, this case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. And in both instances, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the works of the Phantom. Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago... That's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. Yeah, I can see why he'd think that. This incident in the Phantom, not mentioning Blackwell's past, it's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all. The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Oh, yeah. Now, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom. I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Poor guy. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court. You really care and want what's best for the Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful to the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Really? Let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust. On three. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later. There he goes. Wait, were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too? Let's go see what that witness now. Alright, the Space Center entrance it is. The witness must be around here somewhere. Oh, hello. Hello, hello. Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello, come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I am Klanko. Shall I guide you? Guide you? I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen? Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5 degree karate chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackquill. Say what now? Say what? Your last name's what? Huh? Bruh. Excuse me? Is the guy I'm freaking fighting it with in court your freaking brother or something? Or are you related to him? I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Blackquill? Could she be... And this good for nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk, my name is Klunko. That's me, Miss Aura. Quit complaining, your model number is Ponko 2. But Miss Aura, everyone calls me Klunko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't! There, I bet you won't be talking back now. I will obey completely. Yikes, I'd better watch what wires I cross with this one. Your last name is Blackquill. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You're correct, Simon Blackquill. He used to be prosecutor, is... Shut up, only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? Athena being shy. This is new. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk? Miss Aura, that hurts! I'm asking you a question, why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk? But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you ordered me to speak. I told you you never talk back to me. You're worth more as scrapped. Robot abuse, hawk attacks, Blackquill family life must be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just wanted to get this over with. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident. That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building, in the robotics lab. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they just have used the ladders in the other rooms? It must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor her here. Then as I passed by the 3rd floor, boarding lounge window number 1, on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? This is no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw it into the 3rd floor lounge. Very scene of the crime. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand and a knife in their right. That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out and on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window. I see. But you did witness the moment of the murder. Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raised their knife and... It happened at precisely 10 a.m. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I'm gonna have a stroke. I already told you. It was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter in the person's their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like Earth emblem, like the little Earth emblem. I had a good taste in knickknacks anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter. I'd better remember that. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocent with it. Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry. I just detest lawyers, that's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Why do you hate lawyers so much? A little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect just such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better, even sad sacks like this one. Hey you, look alive there! Oh my god. Yes, yes, here I go! I am the ultimate robot, the amazing processing of operating vacuum. We robots rule the world! Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Huh? What was I doing? Yep, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about? That's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks, and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human. You mean getting angry and snoring like that? Rational thoughts, that's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. That's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch her, boss? Get a hold of yourself, Athena. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system, So she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial, because I'd much rather kill them myself. You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck. Oh, this? Around Athena's neck? Does she mean widget? Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her Royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos, yes, that's right. You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. What? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? What? That's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. I just can't believe she said all those things! She's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show at all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah. You're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet in Miss Blackhole's statement. Alright then. Next stop, the detention center. Yo, I'm still, like, upset about that goldfish. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're going to let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never aligned just right, too. Oh, we gotta leave Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem. Oh! Did you remember something? Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be help. So please tell us what you remembered. I thought I was unconscious the whole time, but now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been an afterclay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow. That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we can prove that there is this third person at the scene and that they're the real killer, then he'll be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Relevant evidence tidied up. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to the big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Dad. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote's for Eldon's noodles. Oh, Apollo! What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine. Fine, I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. Shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo. I don't want you to overdo it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. A suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right, best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie, so what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy. He had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training now, I bet you'd break a few windows. You know, I bet you're right. Holy frick. I'm like gonna hide my VTuber, or my PG tuber. Oh my god. Heck yeah. It seemed only yesterday Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We talked well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Oh, wait! Oh, is that hit? Is this where we get the Mister of the Jacket? Oh, wait, it looks... Oh, oh my god. Is that his jacket? Paula, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud when wearing it. But just when his dreams was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Dang it, it's not fair! Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we're both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. It was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? You're fine, and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Mom. Get away, Apollo! Don't come over here! Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Huh? Holy frick. I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But, you know, when I started to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine! And then you know what? I started to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine! Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Okay. Clay Terrain is fine! There you go! Now we're both fine! We're fine! We're fine! What are you laughing about? See? We're fine. You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's why I believed. As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar? Who said that? Hold on, I'm trying to think like as long as you don't give up. Who the frick said that to me? Oh, if I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too! I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. Truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now I must be going. Goodbye. Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also suspicion. He's not walking out on us like this. I'm going to go talk some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right. You're right, boss. Alright, that's enough for today. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? Bro. If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. I'm actually going to cry right now? Like, I'm sobbing tears. Holy frick. What the actual frick? I never seen that angry face from Apollo. That angry face kind of scared me a bit. Oh, what's going on? What in the actual... I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna weep tears. Oh, we are getting this killer. We are gonna get him. Court is now in session. All rise. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something.
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And Mr. Tony self-destructed. I guess that's one way to describing what happened to Tonate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions, so you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time. Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he certainly seemed more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Same with you, man. Let's see, in the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Turan, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. And Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that the Justice Stoner's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. Can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Ken's arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. Cursed fellow. He killed my witness! He killed Detective Arm! He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there is a third person in the lounge and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make such reckless claims, a courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already? Old man.
Objection!
We'll see who's the daughter after I trounced you with my years of experience, little boy. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person. I see my sister has begun running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter, she didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there's no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, You should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh? Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have. Of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat 1 and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation for greatness, and allow me to begin my begin a testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. The speech of Prosecutor Blackcool's just now, it sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. It's probably for the best that it's sealed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, is a condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Let's freaking go. Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure sitting in the middle of the lounge and Tran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. As seen in your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror, the humanity, but what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Don't freaking start doing this to me. I don't want to hear, like, I mean what I said, and what it means is what I say. Courageous action to take in face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? Say my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger, risking my own life for theirs. Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw up for more information before I do anything else. We have the most vague freaking thing ever, bro.
Hold it!
Where were you coming from? The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Terrain and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. On my way, Galactic Scooter here of course. Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space? Of course, it's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships. I see, then I take it works in 0G2. Sadly no, with the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Well, that's a galactic bummer. See, so you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. And when you got to the scene, what did you see?
Hold it!
Let's see, according to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to the boarding lounge 1. Looks like you could have gone there from the southern door corridor as well. Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. See. So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door and...
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing. How could you see it was Turan though? He had his helmet on. Sadly, oh wait, yeah. So you clearly didn't see the figure or clearly what they were doing. Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What explanation is there? So close, but without evidence, I can't prove that person's the that person's the third party. I don't relish in this, and I just realized this like little star thing. It looks like Kirby's star.
Hold it!
Not Kirby, but like, you know. Aura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. She gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The light they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. Other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Turan, but I couldn't see who the other person was. So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct? I would like to believe that Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third party there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Tren were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark, and the figure vanished. You mean it disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to be vanished is because there was the defendant. When the witness weren't looking, he fell to the floor and fell unconsciousness.
Hold it!
Hold on, Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. What escape route could this person have used? Direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, Wright, Dono. The real question is, do you have any proof? I don't know, man. Well... If we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is the kingdom of little green men who lived under the surface of the moon. What? What? As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. He's right, I don't have any proof yet. Still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes? Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? It's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arm saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instincts as the detective told her that they were the killer. I don't know about that. and we were able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun. I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. 2! Someone else has a bullet wound in their arm, I swear to God! We only found 1 bullet! 1! Oh no! We only found 1! This information about Detective Arm's action sounds critically important. Please add to your testimony. You said she fired 2, but I only found 1 bullet. So one of those... Where's the bullet hole?
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? No, doubt my word! You doubt my words! Words that will someday be written down in history books! You always meant to run me over! Like a freaking lawnmower! Somehow I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once, and yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arms fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book. I can read. Contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. You confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? You should know the answer to that already. I should. During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. Ah, I was only thinking this for a second. Did one of the bullets hit the tank? Bro! We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a... Wait! That's a different gun! That's a different gun! So who shot the .10 then? Okay, this bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun. What? Mother fricker, this has a bullet! The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. But there's another bullet! And that's at .10! Now we got another bullet. We have another freaking... What was it? Metal jelly bean? Rifling marks. They're like the gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? Examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets from the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction! God! Oh God! We're back at this again. So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. Okay. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No, because you have the other bullet. That's a point 10. Tiny, tiny bullet. Tiny little thing. No, it doesn't. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. That doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh? Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. A piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene. Baby little bullet. Freaking little metal gummy. Or whatever the heck, like, Athena called it. And what is this metal pellet just supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In the floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of the Detective Arm's .38 calibers. Then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. Third person who had a gun that could fire .10 caliber bullets. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. In return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? It looks like you deducted my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now? What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer. So Director Cosmos really has been hiding in the presence of a third person all along. Bro, why? Oh, I'm so... You freaking fricker. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now please give accurate testimony. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and turned on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Wouldn't there be a bullet? No, wait. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it. Does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door and one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, and it's you who is cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply to Space Boy if the killer were the killer as well. Thinking about it, after being discovered, he could have fired the .10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would responded by firing 2 warning shots. All I had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. I'm still wondering about, like, okay. Did they ever find the other bullet for, like, if she shot 2 warning shots, right? An absence can only be explained if there is a third party who took it with them. Wait, hold on, let me... A bullet. So there was 3 bullets there, but where did the other bullet go? Did someone get shot by it? Do we have another Von Karma freaking manifesto? Again.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding. Frick! Alright, who wants to go dumpster diving after this? Did anyone go dumpster diving? Did you have freaking Detective Fulbright go into the trash chute to, like, freaking see? Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket. Naturally. The most compelling evidence of all is that tells us that he is the culprit. I did forget all about that. Look, your baldness, how deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. We still haven't found that control, because if this is happening after the whole bombing incident, right? They never found that controller. Where the frick is it now? Wow, he sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot. What did it hit exactly? It hit me. So does that mean you're a ghost? I was wondering when you would realize it, your baldness. Dr. Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Your baldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, wouldn't be the first time we've seen a ghost, huh? How'd you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. Oh, right there. I was wondering what was up with that star, like, jeez. What? Oh, the little details. That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's one extra Gaiaxa star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. Why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. There's something... Okay. Can we get an analysis on that freaking, like, badge there, sir? See if that is the true bullet. That shot ya.
Hold it!
I've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information? Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I could tell you all about. I had one miracle. No, we're good. We already know all about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident. See, you want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you about the many instances that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I will tell you all about the upbringing of this great man.
Hold it!
You told us all about that already as well. What we need to know now is your testimony. Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so. Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later. If I must, I'll be peeking through the control room door and... Okay, I don't... Wait. But how did the bullet end up at the trash chute? Or not trash chute, but like in the gutter.
Objection!
Okay, what's this? Director Cosmos, I believe you were telling this great court a glorious lie. A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard such a thing in all of history? Yes. My accusation is based on the position of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. How we found the .10 caliber bullet here? Also, if they peeked in through that window, wouldn't there be like some sort of like mark there? Because I didn't see anything. This trajectory where the bullet was actually found contradicts each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Oh, he's spinning! Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet hit his metal. Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room in the east, were you? You were looking in the lounge from the door to the south, is that not right? Excuse me? And he spins. Yo, wait, we found a new spinning GIF! Ah, heck yeah. What were you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? I think it's also picking on your name. The Director Cosmos and Detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired from there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. That makes sense. Makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director? If you don't tell the truth this time. Oh! Oh! Yikes! His handcuffs! You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Alright, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You're correct. I have the great Yuri Cosmos. I was looking into the room for the southern door. What? It's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far. And now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. I have. How? The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape routes left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmo's fingerprints. Is he the killer? In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. My third person just disappeared, like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. Break. Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You're recovering for the defendant. Isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the Eastern Control Room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there would have been a third person. All I want to do is protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent escape routes for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Is he really covering for the defendant? It looks like we've come to a conclusion. That the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled. Nah. Bro. No! It's over. Yikes, the judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think! This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Oh! Wait! What if the whole premise is all wrong? Dr. Cosmo said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant's the only one who could have killed the victim shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Frick you! Objection! Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility. Oh, this had better be good, Mr. Wright. There's only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's where the first person fled from the room. It was an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge? Oh my god. Where's Yuri? Where's Yuri at? Oh my god, we have info on Ponko and Klonko. You're Jesus Christ, okay.
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director's the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. And, like, there's no way to confirm or nor deny this. Because... But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos! Spin! What? What? Order! Order in the car, I say! Mr. Wright, you explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Armor Wright after that and saw a suspicious figure who is actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. I've been hit on the starboard side! Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy's ship, sir. A magnificent shot. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements. Earth, the Cosmos Control Center requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. Man's spinning. He's spinning, bro. My ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. Director Cosmos, the third person Aurora Blackwell saw, his third person fired at Detective Armor and Director Cosmos with their gun. In return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. A mystery person fired upon us. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the .10 caliber gun. The Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge. It only makes sense that he would have turned a shot at her, therefore. The evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Brace for further impact! Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge.
Take that!
The .38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. If that mark proves to be from a .38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. The bridge is destroyed! Losing altitude! All hands abandon ship! If that's true, then why about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the .10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet by Yuri Cosmos. Fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you've got it all wrong! But the engines have started again. It's a miracle I'm not going down yet. Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth. If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center. But the cosmos revolves around me. You spin me right around. Blender. Oh my god, that shot. Look at him go. Someone get me off this thing. Order in the court. Will somebody please stop the witness from spinning? Can't believe that has to be a sentence to be uttered. Yo, look at him dizzy. Look at that silly old man. Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It's made by a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Oh my god, to be continued? Huh? Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me, I'm so sorry. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. Yeah, seems to be, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? Oh, no, he's spinning again. The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. And then went past the elevator and all the way around to the boarding lounge once again. Came behind Detective Arm, pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Hold it!
Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackquill saw was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover Mr. Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall. That is an excellent point. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. As I sent in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof? I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackquill said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct? Yes, and? Well, I was on the 4th floor helping the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll corroborate me. The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. So you're claiming that Miss Blackquill saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. and that you arrived in the lounge after that. Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackquill saw. Although it was pitch black, so it's more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. We still don't... The only thing I can point out that it could be you, man, because there's no one else. Unless it could have been Solomon. What if it was one of the robots? Because why in the world do we have their mother freaking robot, like... Well, I think we just have them for other reasons, but like... We have Trucy's, so... Though it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an Earthling. As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. And we can't, then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. When I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door and the launch pad. I was near the elevator side door and the launch pad one door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. So you were shot by the killer as well, and when it disappeared. As though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Fortunately, the bullet hit Turan's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Wait! Wait! Oh! Okay, if it isn't either one of you, yo, someone... Director Cosmos is... Okay, no, wait, you remember those pods or whatever the heck that was in there? For, like, oxygen things? What if there's someone in there? One of the things was open. Was there two? Like, frick, wait, was there even two? Was there two of those pods? Oh, that's what I'm trying to think about now. I heard Von Karma. That was a long time ago. Someone almost got shot in the shoulder like Von Karma did. Almost. They got shot and like their badge had like made the bullet ricochet. Oh my god, wait. I'm looking at, hold on, wait a second. I need to look at the pamphlet. Is there anything? No, it won't show me. Hold on. Frick. Was there two pods? Wait a minute. Is someone in one of those pods? Is that how someone freaking escaped? Because if it wasn't Director Cosmos, if it wasn't Starbuck or anyone else, like someone could have hit in that pod and they would be none the wiser. Because the freaking police force is stupid to even look. Because they didn't find that stinking bullet in the gutter. I'm like making some outlandish claims, but oh my god. Because if this comes down to we don't know who the killer is, and it's like, oh, I think I have an idea. Director Cosmos' claim it was the robot. No, Pongo. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Trant and his killer, the culprit shot a .10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Trant's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. Judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Turan with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence!
A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself even if those around him do not understand. Wow, that might be the first true statement he said all day. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Oh my god. Frick you. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so like, yeah, you're getting like this face for a good bit. But how do you suppose the person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple, because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director in Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. Oh yeah, by the way, this girl is related to Blackwell. This is his older sister. Freaking heck. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, Wright Dono. I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a canopy of discord, which means he's hiding his true feelings from us. Huh. This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri, Cosmos prepared to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Also, there's some deep lore that y'all missed. Why are you sad? Hold on.
Got it!
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The great Yuri Cosmos, afraid? On what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. I'm most certainly not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Oh, you miss him, like, freaking out spinning? He might do that again, but, like, I just found, like, another spinning gif we can use. Oh, there he goes! Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. I like how I did like couple. Okay. So this should be different. Spin! He goes spin! Okay. Only printed Director Cosmos Starbucks were authorized. That's the door locked. I don't think that's anything. That's the door lock. Hold on, let me go through everything one by one. What's yellow? That's surprise. Like other shock or something. Homeroom. Wait. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished. Wait! Dude!
Got it!
Yeah, okay, this was like making me so suspicious. Like, why are you not surprised, bro? Huh? You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually. And yet at the time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea where they went, isn't that right? What? No, of course not! That's preposterous! Now I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door... I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe or maybe not, you went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Turan, yes? What if the culprit took the opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door? I hardly doubt it, as you recall right after I entered the lounge. Detective Arm. Detective Arm came rushing towards it, herself via the southern hallway. And when trying to escape through there, would have been caught by her. And yet the director was surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure that there was no escape route for the culprit to use. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and... yes, just what I wanted to see. Okay, now that's down a bit. Presto, changeo. Let's Discord. It looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these 2 pieces together, one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. The real killer escaped through here. Oh my god. You're... bruh. Excuse me, you're... okay, fine then, I guess. The culprit went through the launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Yes, I mean... no! Disaster to starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid! Master Tactician, you're not. And Master Tactician, you're not. Oh my god, I should have read that Yoda's voice. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? Wait, did someone use the freaking... holy frick, wait. Did someone use no, wait, the oxygen tanks? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. If we could figure out just what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door. They did have air tanks, so it is possible. Only one of the air tanks was down, though. So yeah, someone could have used the other air tank, while like both of them, well, one was dead and the other was unconscious. We should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. But that door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Turan, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could open that security lock, do you? It's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gone past the security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints in the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. Oh, they used his, didn't they?
Take that!
That's... Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. Actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are actually what we found on this device's screen. This man's spinning. It looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. How would he... I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. I don't understand where this is going, Phoenix. I understand a little bit as I go on, but like, I don't understand, man. No, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Huh? Oh, yes, by all means. Security camera in the boarding lounge, 1. Right, the one that recorded the victim and defendant. What about, Your Honor? The true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor. And that might be recorded on the security footage as well. No, because we found out that, the whole thing went black as soon, like, as they went. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon. Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my, the footage cuts off! The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There's no footage after this. Be it if criminals or space aliens. And I thought that was such a good idea. It was such a good idea too. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much, Grandpa Baldness. Prosecutor Blackwell, how'd you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Dr. Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must. We back in the freaking Matrix. Okay. Being shot. I went to the lounge. That's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. Sir. What? You seem less alarmed when... than before, when you saw the detective, Dr. Cosmos. Or were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural? Sadly, even great men, such as myself, have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man, such as myself, experiences surprises on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do. My real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me. First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were surprised twice, not surprised by something else. You were surprised when Arm came. I guess more surprised when she came in. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whether it was you, or about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence operation. Hide under your desk. Ah! Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Nope. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launchpad door. And wherever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we could spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Wait, give us photo after. Wait, hold on. Let me look at this real quick. Let's see, this footage of the door before director... Oh! This thing! Wait! Why in the devil is that on its side here? But in this... It's up. What is that mystery lever? I want to know. What is the mystery stove lever? Let's see, this footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something definitely different. Director Cosmos. What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous! If you really do have an answer, you have to point out. You'd have pointed out already. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident.
Take that!
Break this! The answer is this knob. That's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launchpad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. The freaking music, bro. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. dun, dun. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Fine, I admit it. You're right, I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions. So I wanted to move that launch pad away. You wanted to do what? To do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they were prepared for launch? She said that once the launch pad fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. Guess that clears up what that knob is for. Why would they put that there, though? That's so dumb. Oh, so if the killer escaped into launch pad number one corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site. Holy frick! What? I don't think so. Launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine, but listen carefully for I'm about to give history-making testimony. Are you now? Okay, well, hold on, I just want to update everything else, but like... Okay, why the frick are you happy?
Got it!
I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so, and yet when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself. How'd you do it? How'd you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. How'd you know about that too? Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. Yeah, Phoenix, we freaking wing it, bro. But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would have never ever tell you, so there. I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, integrity?
Silence!
You, a man of integrity, don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackquill, what came over him all of a sudden? You spouted nothing but falsity since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatness bare-faced liar and honor. Liar! His words bite harder than his blade. He moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you, immediately following the bombing. Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge one side. The police confirmed this on scene. What? Liar! So that means the director didn't move the launch pad. Of course, my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar!
Objection!
He's still going. It doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we might just find where the killer escaped to. You're sure it must have went somewhere. We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Oh! Talk about hidden below the belt. Youngins these days. These young people and their freaking iPhones. What the actual frick? I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. The launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. What? All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back, and it would be right where the police found it. Oh! What the... That's one less hair off that man's head. You made him sound like Mr. Starbuck. Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have explained how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. The fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. Alright. So to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies to see reality for what it really is, boy. Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved. Our deductions and actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Or maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Wait. Athena, you've given, like, both me and Phoenix the greatest idea of all time. You freaking, like... It's all set in stone. We are not going back on this statement. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe just... maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if, when the director moved launch pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull, or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you'll explain yourself at once. No, I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Dr. Cosmo's reason for moving the Launchpad 1 was to switch it to trap the true killer. I wish it was that, but no. Switch it from another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the Launchpad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what switched with Launchpad 1.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1. It can even be moved to the launch site, meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean... The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. What? Balderdash! And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad number 1 from boarding lounge 2. It set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the doors to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2. Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Exactly, anyone can pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into the boarding lounge 1 and waited there concealed. In order to kill Mr. Tran, the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and Director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose after killing Mr. Turan, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. Oh my god, the killer escaped! The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway! Right, don't know, so you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence!
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right! You have no proof I switched the launch pads! Bruh. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If launchpads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when compared to the security footage? Wait. Huh? That number on the floor. I knew it, yeah. Well, what do you know? Looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. And if this is just another bluff... Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Brian, this footage. Prove that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well then, answer this for me if you would. When this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum. I'm gonna be really direct with this. There's a one on the floor in the launchpad corridor. Take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. You see the number on the floor behind the astronauts. It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see in this one is to the Space Museum. And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1, on the side opposite of the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down to the ladder is cleared up. Mrs. Tran carried Mrs. Starbuck simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible, the 2 launch pads were actually switched. And when you think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude? Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known that what was happening on the surface. And we're done. Wait, so then the killer escaped? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Like, I'm just singing a song. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time. You told us the truth. My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate weapon! Galactic engine, ignition! What? It's gone haywire! It won't stop! Yeah! My stars, my glory! Holy freak! Holy! No, no, not that way! Oh! Bailiff on your seat and after that witness! That is the greatest, like, greatest thing ever. Frick, we got frick, all our taxes going to that door. Did you... Was that Owen? It's Owen. I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Computer enhance! Dr. Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads? I admit it's true. I switched the launch pad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Tran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Tran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with the Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Tran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? Oh! As for my second question, I'd like Director Costas to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try to pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge or rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it. What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us, Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director! Will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. And the dream is still alive.
Silence!
You're not going to space, Starbuck. But prison, I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? As I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there was a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Well, that's a good point. He's right. I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What? Me? Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. If I'm going to die, I want to die in space. I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself. Oh, and now you have violence. Now you know violence is the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. That's an annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than Champion of Righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. And justice we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. Oh! Do you have the evidence for us? Do you have proof? Or something? Do you have evidence of there being a third person? Or like, are you just here to shock him? Either way, it's cool. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady across the street. And then I had to break up a catfight. I tell ya, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats, or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Oh my god, wait, he has evidence! Fulbright, I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Come to think that he did say something about finding us some evidence. Thanks to you two, I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think he was serious, though. So what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. The lighter! What's this? A lighter. That's right, a lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Tran's blood along with his killer's fingerprints on it. What? Who is it? Who is it? Order! Order! Detective Fulbright can assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant. You bet. Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. Ah, heck yeah. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Turan, they escaped with this lighter in hand to the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. And finally, the killer left through the boarding lounge too and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in the boarding lounge 1 after the murder. A fact that the director Cosmos has testified to, therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence!
But the defendant had free reign in the area until Director Cosmos appeared. He could not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time.
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, you can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence!
Wait, what do you mean tomorrow? Fulbright, you promised to never speak of that. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Salman Starbuck, not guilty. Yes, we did, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too. But that's gonna have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
It's too late to object, isn't it? I mean, that hasn't stopped us before. It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright! What were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and well... I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbuck, so... You have yet to read it. Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. What? Excuse... So says the report. What? What? Huh? Me? Excuse me? Nah! Order, I say, order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this liar could only belong to the killer. So finding your fingerprints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion. I don't know how they got in there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built on our argument piece by piece. I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? What have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry. Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying! What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order! Holy frick! Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. It just ends there? What's the next one? Turnabout for tomorrow? Yeah, it's gonna have to be tomorrow. We got 6 hours, not 6 hours, 5 hours with this freaking thing. I'm not doing a freaking 13-hour stream again. I ain't having that. Nah. I need to process what... Excuse me. Excuse freaking me, bro. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait till literally tomorrow to figure this out. Which, cool. Great. I can't wait. Especially Edgeworth's like right here. But, okay, we need, yeah. What the actual frick? Oh, I'm so glad that Paula wasn't here. I'm so glad. Or else we'd be in deep waters, right now. But, yeah. I will see y'all tomorrow, or whenever the next time I do this. Yip-ee, I guess. Goodbye!